I started talking before I unmuted my mic, fuck. Let me actually start OBS recording and not forget to do that. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cozymon. I'm weirdly nervous today, I don't know why. I think cause, like, I kind of fucked up my own mental schedule stuff a little bit, where, I didn't get on a computer until, like, 50 minutes ago, thereabouts, and so I had to, like, rush to get all the stuff I needed to do on computer done before getting ready to stream, and then had 20 minutes remaining, and, yeah, it was a whole thing, but yeah. Anyway, welcome back to Cozymon, everyone. Hi, Motham. Yeah, I love this view of the museum so much, because, like, it being obscured by nature is just a vibe. It's such a vibe. I love it. So, with that said, welcome back to Cozymon, everyone. You weren't there before. We have boars here? Huh. Of course I get freaking YouTube notifications from my phone as soon as I start stream for some reason. Whatever, it's fine. Hello everyone, welcome back to Cozymon. It's a heck of a week here in my life. Yeah, it really enhances the haunted feeling of the museum. Yes, it does. I love it. I love the nature aspect, and we're gonna lean more into that as the museum progresses. Like, we're gonna make it look more degraded and stuff, hopefully. And, like, actually build out more nature and stuff. Like, we might take a page out of Far's book and make some custom tree stuff to, like, have along the walls and, like, coming out of the museum or stuff. I don't know. I'm not gonna promise anything because that's a lot of work, and the museum is already so much work to even... Good morning, not morning. Hi, Far. Hi, Ash. Welcome, welcome. Custom tweeze. It is very funny that I was talking about that just as you showed up. That's really funny. Yeah, Far's clone still lives here for now. And I really need to move this at some point. I think I know where I'm gonna move it to. Also, hi, Far. Yes. So I've once again done the thing where I was watching other people stream and doing progress on the museum off stream and off recording because I was bored. So I'll show you that in a moment. I just want to sleep. Also, actually, it's really funny. For some reason, Ash, every single time you say hi in stream chat, the auto-translate thing I have enabled on YouTube in my YouTube chat for these streams, thinks you're saying something else, which is very funny. Like, it's literally just, like, correcting the two eyes to one eye, and it's really funny. It's really silly. But I've done a little bit of work on stuff. Most notably, if you see on the map, we have a hallway here now. I don't want to say I was very bored. I was pretty much just watching Far stream, and that's a lot of progress on, like, basics of this museum get built while I'm watching Far or Percy stream, cause yeah. And so it's very much not done. The main thing I don't know what I'm doing with is the lighting. But yeah, this is the hallway that is going to be everything related to people. And so, because I am very biased for various reasons, it's very boring looking. No, I wanted to make it out of stone and stuff, because the idea is the animal exhibit is made of, the walls and everything is made of wood. Like, there's roots in the ceiling for the lamps. Like, it's wood for the animal side of things. But the human side of things is stone. And so I wanted to do that. And so we have basalt bricks into flat stone tiles, into stacked stone bricks, into stone plates, into Prismal and Site Remnants. Also that the little guy's been staring at me while I've been building this whole time, and it's been very silly. I've also done the outlines for all the rooms, but we did most of that last stream, actually. I found that guy who used to be in a mushroom that is now very much not there. Because, actually, but yeah. Like, the reason the ceiling's not finished is solely because I don't know what I'm doing for the lighting. Because, I gotta be honest, frog lights are expensive, because as far as I know, the only way I could practically get frog lights right now is buying them from Flash, and like Flash sells frog lights for an emerald block of frog light, and I need stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of frog lights if I'm using frog lights for the museum. And so, because like the animal exhibit uses them for lighting, and I've run out, and I have spent so much money in Flash's shop. It's stupid. Like, it's the nice thing about big multiplayer servers, being that, like, there's other people who can set up the stuff, and you can just buy stuff from them. Well, you do have a chest of pink shroom lights. Yes, but I think I have an idea of, like, I want to use those in one of the other exhibits. Like, I don't think pink shroom lights really make sense for this hallway. I'm thinking shroom lights could work for, like, the lighting in, like, the Mega Evolution exhibit or something. Like, I think that would work. So I'm thinking maybe either I have lanterns or glowstone, but glowstone would involve going to the Nether, and I haven't done that yet. But, yeah, and so this hallway leads into this, which, so, because, from a suggestion from Far a while back, that I should probably have a art room, an art exhibit, because of all the paintings and stuff that get put everywhere. I'm thinking that's what this is going to be, because I wanted the museum to be symmetrical, and I didn't have a parallel for the fossil exhibit that would go to be able to go here. And so that's what that's going to be, because this is history. This is history of Pokemon stuff, probably just a Hisui exhibit. And then this, I think, is going to be art, maybe? Because then you have the gift shop, which is going to be here, which I'm going to expand a little bit. I just haven't come up with a design yet. Like, none of the interiors have designs yet, and I need to do that before I, like, figure out the balance of this. Because this room, like, the gift shop is really important in terms of layout. And then this is going to be the cafeteria / battle arena. Hence why it needs to be massive, because I'm going to put a freaking Gigantamax power spot in it. And unlike the gyms, I want to make sure that you could see the entirety of the Dynamax Pokemon. But yeah, and so this is probably going to be the art exhibit, unless I divide the room and stuff. Also, as I've not fully addressed, the reason, well, I kind of addressed it, except not. So, the reason why there's gaps here, like, technically these should just be one, but yeah, gaps here, there, and like this whole hallway looking thing, is these are staff hallways. I almost tried to go in F5 when I was in that third person, when I was in free cam. So, we have staff hallways, partially because, it having a bit behind the walls means that if I need to, I can pull the back of exhibits into that space to add depth. And B, having staff hallways makes sense for a museum, and also makes it so that I can curate parts of the haunted experience more. AKA, I can have parts of the museum that are collapsed and make it so that in order to get around, you have to go through the staff hallways, kind of like something like a lot of horror exploration games and stuff, unfortunately, the main thing is coming to my brain is like FNAF Secret of the Mimic and like Security Breach and stuff, and like Portal, where like you're having to go to the places where normally people aren't meant to, like visitors aren't meant to go, in order to traverse the environment. So that's kind of the idea. And so, with that, there's a couple things I want to do this stream. Since we've got the layout plan, also far informed me that this was probably by Twisted while we were setting up stuff. Well, I was distracted setting up Invoker last week. And so, because of this, we have a lot of stuff to do. Namely, I need to figure out okay. A couple things we need to do for the museum. We need to A, figure out the color palettes and wall designs for other exhibits. B, need to figure out what we're putting in those exhibits. And C, start figuring out what the second floor is going to be. Because realistically, the size of the museum at this point is going to be what this is. Also, as you may have seen on Twitter and or Blue Sky, the museum is massive. The museum is bigger than the size of a small town. It's bigger than fucking Sakura Town. Well, no, it's not. Almost as big as the now abandoned Sakura Town. It's now abandoned because, as far as I'm aware, every single person who was involved in that project has since left Cozymon. So, technically speaking, I could go and loot that because they gave blessings to do that, but I'm a historian. Historians leave things as they are. Like, if the whole thing gets buried, and then I'll dig it up, but, like, other than that, like, I'm not touching it. I'm not gonna go raid someone's base just because they left the server. Feels disrespectful a bit. But yeah, not to discourage anyone else, like, if you need stuff that they have or whatever. But yeah. Also, the fact that the museum is now at the point where, like, render distance doesn't fully, like, that's the edge of my render distance, and I'm not even over there. Like, if I'm over there, I won't be able to see the start of the museum. Which, with the fog from shaders, is creepy. With that all said, one thing I also want to do this week is I want to do what I said I was going to try and do last week and then got distracted by collaboration proposals. I want to start doing stuff in this room. Namely, I want to make an exhibit for Sputnik because he's too spooked living in the basement and I feel bad for him. He's just a little guy and there's only so much a little guy can handle before he gets too spooked. But yeah. In terms of gym challenges and stuff, like, I gotta beat Obsidia at some point, but, that requires more team building, like, team shenanigery, and I have not had the will to do that, so. Because the motivation to do projects and stuff is dime a dozen. No, actually, no, it's the opposite of that. Also, this hole keeps getting bigger because I keep digging it bigger because that's the point. Is that this is going to be so big that we're going to be able to joke that the Ark of the Covenant's hidden down here and nobody's going to be able to prove me otherwise. Also learned that spiders are neutral mobs, so the diamond torches don't prevent them spawning, and it's a pain in the ass. But, oh gosh, sorry. Only notices. Yeah, we need to figure out Sputnik's enclosure. I do have everything. Yep, I have all my stuff set up. And to do that, oh gosh, fucking hell, hit with a wave of fucking exhaustion immediately. To do that, we need to figure out how we're gonna do it. I have some ideas. Namely, we have glass smelting up because I got a whole bunch of sand from stuff. The tree farm, which is over here. Now, no, it doesn't. I am moving this shit. This took too long to make. Yeah, the tree farm is going along well. We've got 412 cactus in addition to everything. We don't really need this anymore, particularly, but I don't know, maybe there's a world like sell cactus that spawn. Because, like, you know, or, like, just sell green dye, honestly, because green dye is useful. So, you know. And it's not really impacting TPS and stuff, because it's so slow that, like, it's not an issue. Yeah. I have considered, like, making, like, a bamboo farm and stuff, but I don't really know what the point of it would be, so... So, with that said, I have a couple ideas. So, armadillos are funky in Minecraft because they specifically live in, like, Badlands biomes and, like, savannas and stuff. Both of which are kind of hard for us to imitate. We can use terracotta to imitate a Badlands somewhat. The issue is that we can't do the savanna bit without changing grass colors, which is not possible. So, I'm thinking we do a Badlands. But I want some red sand for that, and so we might need to go and try and find some. I'm trying to remember where the closest, it would just be the Scorched Mines. Which has a lot of, which I could tear up for the Blackstone at some point. It's not a terrible idea, actually, but I always forget how to get out of this place. It's this way. Saguaro Desert. And then, yeah, there's Badlands and stuff everywhere around here. And because nobody lives here, as far as I'm aware, this is all free real estate. Okay, send guests. Nope. Nothing interesting. Great, I love it. But yeah. So, when I said, I mentioned briefly earlier that this is a weird week for me. Because, so, Saturday, because I have actual stuff that I've been doing that I could talk about since I last streamed. So, on Saturday evening, I DM'd for the first time in a couple months. DM'd the campaign that I've been doing since 2020, the beginning of 2020, where the first session was right before the pandemic, and then the pandemic hit. And, like, the first session was in person, and then the pandemic hit, and we've only done, like, one other session in person since. And at this point, we physically are not able to do in-person sessions. Although, I'm gonna try and get people together for one on this summer if we can. It just requires trying to get one of the party members to travel back from the state he's moved to. But, gotta be fucking with me. That's not an actual what the hell? The hell is the Jai Hanalin? Oh, it's one of these fuckers. It's one of the Starlight people, right? I was like, if that's a frickin' desert temple that I just missed somehow. So yeah. Wait, why did I run away from the... I ran away from the bit with red sand. Gosh dang it. D&D stuff. It went okay. Well, no. Actually, it went really well. What am I saying? It was the finale of the Perfection arc. AKA, the final boss was a creature, person, entity thing known as Perfection. And pretty much the entire character was meant to reflect my own feelings of the foolishness of perfectionism. And how the idea of trying to be perfect is the concept of perfection being madness and stuff like that. Oh, this is still full from when I was digging. And so it actually worked out really well. The thing I was worried the most about actually was thankfully avoided, because Perfection, in addition to being the current arc that arc villain, was also pretty much the personal villain of the temporary character that one of my party members had brought in. And, like, obviously I integrated Perfection into, like, the main story and stuff, and, like, there would have been a similar NPC that in that role anyway, it's just they wouldn't have been what Perfection was. Shirt. And basically, and I was really worried how the fight was gonna end. Because as a DM and as a player, it's always kind of frustrating when someone else gets the moment of glory in your story arc. Like, and so I was very worried that the party damage dealers were going to kill the boss before the cleric could get, like, the cleric, being this PC's temporary character, had a chance to, like, get in the final blow, or even get in a significant blow. But it worked out, well, it almost didn't, but I improvised slightly. Because, pretty much, Perfection, like, I think in total, through all 3 of their phases, if you combine their hit points, Perfection had about, like, 636, like, 629, I think, was the overall hit points between all their phases, which is insane. It's almost as much as a frickin' Tarrasque, and these guys were level 16. And granted, a Tarrasque has much higher damage potential and resistances and all that than this boss had, but regardless, like, when I told one of my players this, they're like, "Oh, a Tarrasque would have been easier," and I'm like, "No, you don't know what how a Tarrasque operates. It would not have been." But yeah, basically, Perfection had gone from their base form, which was a mage, to their second form, which was kind of like an overall beater character, to their third, which was a warrior. Or, like, a radiant warrior. And, pretty much, I would, like, at that final turn, where it was the cleric's turn, realistically, if they didn't kill it, then one of the NPCs or one of the other player characters was gonna snipe the kill from them, because Perfection was on, like, 20 HP left. Actually, no, they were on, like, 32. And so, the cleric cast Blight on Perfection. And Perfection succeeded the saving throw, having the damage. Meaning that the, like, 50 damage that they were going to deal was, like, the damage was halved to 20-something. Like, to 22. Meaning that Perfection would have been left with 10 HP. And that was not satisfying. And so, I did something I've never really done before, but I think it worked out really well, which I offered the player a deal. By just simply asking, what is your character willing to give up to ensure that Perfection dies here? And without any hesitation, the player said everything. All my HP and all my hit points and all my spell slots. And so, because of that, it worked. Perfection was wholly destroyed as the blight coursed through their body. The player got, I had them get, like, a little vision of, like, the backstory of Perfection, because they hadn't really had a chance to get that. And, like, to realize what Perfection was. Because, side tangent, Perfection was like, the character was basically an experiment in a lab with the goal of creating the perfect elf. And the character was part of that, was the first, like, quote-unquote, not successful, but the first, like, living success of that experiment. And Perfection was basically from another lab trying the same thing, where basically, because the lab was running out of resources and time and ability to do projects, the researchers went and did the most extreme option and melted down all the remaining all of the experiments they had made, living or dead, and the remaining researchers all into one being, and that being Perfection. And so Phase 2 of Perfection, like Act 2 as I called them, was a monstrous amalgamation of all of like, it was like a shadowy amalgamation meant to show that, like, Perfection was, like, made of multiple people. It kind of worked. But the issue is that party member who I would have had realize that fact if they had not been stunned or blinded. Like, it just, I really feel really bad because the amalgamations are always fun. Yes, they are. I love them. I feel really bad with that boss fight. Like, I'm glad it ended the way it did, because that cleric got completely bodied for a lot of it, because in Phase 1, Perfection cast Hold Person on them, and they didn't break out of the like, the rest of the party could not break Perfection's concentration until Perfection physically got dropped to 0 and switched phases, which dropped the concentration. Like, it was bad. Like, I felt so bad. And then Phase 2 was immune to necrotic damage, and that party member is a Grave Domain Cleric, and so, like, all only dealt necrotic. I fucked up planning a bit, but whatever. But, anyway, and so, pretty much, the party, like, the cleric had the realization of what Perfection was, and also the realization that now Perfection is destroyed, all the screams of their siblings that they had in their head is now gone. And yeah. And then, like, later on, the party was doing identifying magic items. The cleric's goddess came because the goddess is someone the rest of the party saved, like, much earlier in the campaign, and so she's not, like, fully, like, back to full goddess power yet, because she was getting siphoned for a bitch who was trying to become godhood. It was a whole thing. And basically the goddess Fortuna came and talked to the party, let them know about some stuff about, like, the things everyone else was feeling about the fight, like the fact that she was feeling that when Perfection hit Phase 3, Perfection was very close to divinity. And basically, the end result was that when the cleric told Fortuna that they no longer had heard the voices, Fortuna hugged them, which was a perfect finale to that arc. Fortuna said some more stuff afterwards, but overall, like, that embrace kind of was the good send-off, because this is the last major session that character is going to be in, because that player's original character is going to get brought back in for the next arc. And so it all wrapped up nicely. The party got some fun magic items and stuff. Like, the party Saiyan got a Warrior's Passkey, which is a very, very fun magic item, where it is a skeleton key that in its key form has unlimited uses of knock, but it can turn into a magical longsword that anyone who's attuned to the magic item and using the thing is considered proficient with. And so for someone with no weapon proficiencies, that's very fun. But yeah. And so, anyway. Yeah, but, we started that session at about 8:30 at night, and didn't finish until midnight, like, a couple minutes past midnight is when we wrapped up. And I stayed up until 3 a.m. that night because, like, I stayed up until 2 chatting with some of the players, and then took another hour for me to get into bed, settled into bed. So, yeah, that was a long, long day. But the session went very well. Everyone got some good stuff in with the fight and everything. So, I think I need to decide what I'm doing with your exhibit, buddy. Yeah. Oh, are you happy to that you're gonna get an exhibit spot, Nick? I'm glad. Okay, so. 66 and 70. So, I think we're gonna have glass around, obviously. Question is what exactly we do. Terracotta, we have, that's not terracotta. Kind of looks like it, but it's not. We have lots of this for reasons no one has found out yet. A bunch of aurora crystals from, I think Cobalt gave me those. But, yes, we need to figure out the thing. The issue is now we need to figure out what I do for the, like, display itself. Because there's a couple ways I could go about it. Because obviously, for these displays, I just have them wood. But I'm also not happy with those particularly. I feel like they look kind of basic. And so I want to do something special. And so I'm trying to think of, like, what exactly to use for this. Because it's, like, terracotta and red sands, and so I could either use, like, chipped sand or sandstone, or I could use, like, chipped terracotta, but I've already used that for the walls of the room, and I think that's a bit much. Although, actually, the layer terracotta could work. That could work for, like, the bottom. And then get some glass. I honestly think just clear lighted glass, because you'd want to be able to see the things. That. Let's see. It appears that Anesh has joined. Let's see. We also want, like, some stuff, like, oh, Ash is dead. I can't believe it. I guess I need to define, like, the size first. And then I can figure out the stuff I can put in for detailing, surely. Sleep again. We also need to, like, put a bench there and, like, work on this hallway more at some point. So I'm thinking that it's probably going to be, like, here. Because if we put the logic that, like, there's going to be exhibits here, right? Actually, so it should probably be, like, there. It's, like, 3. I had to reinstall the pack because of a bug with Fabric API and forgot to put show your identity back in. Ah, right. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, because 3 white path. So, by that logic, if there's something along this wall, then that is the perfect edge for that. Yeah, and I think, because I think, like, a thing for, like, a living specimen would be a big exhibit. Or at least, like, that big. Because if you're having, like, living armadillos, or maybe Sputnik was not always living and was just a puppet in here and is possessed, I don't know. Actually, I said that as a joke, but that's now canon. That is what Sputnik is. Sputnik is a taxidermied armadillo that's now alive because the museum's haunted. That's the canon. That's the rule. That's the goal now. I also need to get some colored terracotta to do stuff. That. And then this. I don't know how much I actually like that. No, actually. Because I gotta be honest, I don't really like when glass is, like, completely clear. Because I feel like it looks bad. I don't want to use normal glass. Also, I think a shroom light as, like, the lighting in there could work. Like, shroom lights, I could retexture those into something to be like an orange light for that. And then we need some terracotta, and we need to go grab some dye. And then we could probably go find cacti to use for this. Like, we're gonna grab some actual cacti, but we might... I probably should have grabbed some... Granted, I don't have shears, because my shears... Oh, wait, no. I do have shears. I swear my shears broke. Am I remembering something wrong? Yes, I am. Also, I need to figure out something else with the glass. Because I think... Because the issue is... A lot of these are kind of invasive. Oh, that works. Because that works. That works quite well. Because, like... Yeah, there we go. Is it? Does it, though? Not particularly. I'm gonna have to use, like, colored glass? Although that could work. Yeah, you know what, that works. It's fancy. It's funky. That'll work. And then for the shroom lights, shroom light load so and so. Shroom lights have a lot of very good texture. Honestly, I like the lodestone ones. Those are very good. And then we need to go down and grab some dye. I don't know where's... Oh, he went over there. We have white. We have red. Actually, we should probably do gray as well. Oh, wait. Right, I forgot. It's not just a direct thing. Okay, that... I think that should actually be enough. gray, black, white, red. Actually, we should have light gray. Okay, that should work. You can't texture sand, unfortunately. You can do it with sandstone, but I guess because physics blocks and stuff. Okay. With that said, I think that should work. I need to look at nature blocks I have. Floors. I don't even know why I have that. Dead bushes, 100% makes sense. We can put some aloe in there, that works. Lunar starlight stuff makes no sense. Okay, so with that, I think... Oh wait, I need some more. Okay, am I just gonna use layered for the top? Actually, no. If I'm gonna do loaded thing, I should probably have it be... I think I do have lodestones, but they're fucking expensive. Yeah, I have 3 lodestones, but in this version, they're still a netherite. So that's not smart. But I could just, I think there is a version of, there's a stone texture that is just lodestone. Yeah. So, that should work. Although I should maybe check cobble to see if cobble is closer. Actually, I could use both. I could use a little bit of gradienting. Gosh, I need to get some nylium to grow those crimson fungi I have to be able to get shroom lights. I think you can do that. Okay. Just do this to like define the edges of the of the thing. So like actually, I have done this all wrong. This is not how a museum sets up an exhibit. What am I doing? Because you'd never set it up in a way that would make it so that there's that a bit of glass is blocked. I'm stupid. So it would be more like this. And then you'd have, like... Even then, that's blocking a little bit, but this isn't the entirely intended place to view. Unless I made it bigger. Actually, if I make it bigger, I can put, which I need more layer terracotta. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm thinking maybe I put, oh, there goes some of it. I'm thinking there's a world where I put, Pokedolls of Badlands Pokemon in there. Because the idea is that, I mean, obviously, in this world, Pokemon and animals are, well, they're definitively different. but they coexist in the same world. And so if you're talking about the ecology of one, you talk about it in the context of both. Which means polka dolls. Stuff that spawns in Badlands. You could have a Charmander, because I assume they do. Pretty sure Reeler do. Stonejourner, I know do. Any Eevee, Venusaur. Alex, Syndiest. This is a washing machine? Rapska. Yeah, I think that's what you'd expect there. Okay. So... Sleeping again, so that I'll... Oh! A fucking Celebi! Okay. Wait, no shot. Okay, no, she spawned... below. I was gonna say, if Celebi spawned in the exhibit... Hi, Celebi. Yeah, like, having the fucking time travel Pokemon spawn in a museum is perfect. Like, that's so funny that it spawned directly under that exhibit as well. That's insane. That's actually insane. I just crit caught it. What the fuck? Okay, cool. I think I already have a Celebi? Yeah, I do. And I also caught that one in Dream Ball. That's funny. The Guardian of the Forest, the one that has taken over the museum. Yeah. That's really funny. Okay, that. Let's see, actually, where does that... 3 into there. Should probably do it, like... there. For some level of consistency. Gosh, I love the aesthetic of this room so much. I'm so happy with how it came out. Like, I'm glad that as long as I have, like, stuff that allows me to do, like, stuff like this, I can make rooms that actually look good. Like, interior is not my forte, and this build is mostly interior. So, you know, I'm trying my best, as you must. I get thrown off all the time by seeing that frickin' nameplate through the walls. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, I'm gonna need more, light gray, actually. I'm also debating whether or not it's finally time to make a storage system. That's perfect! Hi, friend. Okay, that's insane. Okay, cool. Awesome. Having a frickin' Hisuian Yamask spawn in the museum is perfect. Hi, Sputnik. Sorry for spooking you, bud. should have one light gray left. There we go. Should also make more white. Because that's how these things work aesthetically. I should also probably go and look at an actual Badlands to see how the layering works, but you know what? It's old. I can be inaccurate. This museum's old as hell. It's the excuse I'm gonna keep telling myself to excuse inconsistencies. That, and then also this needs to go. That, and then gray. Light gray. And then maybe I do red in the floor instead. Yeah, that works. It's a heck of an exhibit, and maybe not all too realistic that it would exist like this. But, you know. Throw the Charmander up there. Kind of annoyed that it's holding a Pokeball, but it's fine. We'll deal with it. It's getting there slowly. But yeah. Gosh. Oh yeah, also, other thing I wanted to talk about. The VTuber model's almost ready. I have to do a bit more finagling and, mayhaps purchase Live 2D to be able to be afforded more, whatchamacallits? More... So I need to be able to put more parameters because as it is right now, the eyeballs don't have aren't on parameters, and so they don't track, and it's really bad. Yeah, the current working plan, which I will announce this properly at some point, is I want to hopefully debut that stuff in August next month. We'll see if that actually happens. I'm not gonna explicitly promise that that's gonna happen because it's a lot of work to do. So we'll see. Also, just to temper expectations as they need to be, this is the first time I'm doing anything like that. The model is gonna be jank as hell, like the tracking is gonna be weird. It's gonna be finicky because I am doing something completely out of my normal skill set. And just as a warning for anyone, just temper expectations, it won't be like the most beautiful VTuber model you've ever seen. I fucked that up. I made the wrong glass. So just as a heads up for, like, I feel like I need to give that disclaimer because a lot of people, like, you look at VTuber models and stuff nowadays and it's like, oh, there's a reason why these cost thousands of dollars to make because they're the most elaborate bits of art ever. And I'm out here like, I can kind of do pixel art. The main thing that is kind of like a problem with the design is that its silhouette isn't unique. like, it doesn't look that interesting. And that's a big thing with VTubers, is you gotta make sure your silhouettes... Well, with character design in general, really, is that the silhouette's identifiable, and it's really not that much. Which is my own failure in design, but, you know, what... I can live with it. It's fine. And so... that is another thing where it's like... okay, loaded cobblestone is gonna go around the edge like this. Where it's like, I'm not an artist, and I will need to clarify that in debut. Like, I am obviously not a really good artist, and so the quality of everything is debatable. But I did my best, and I'm happy with, like, all things considered, like, considering my own artistic ability, it is better than it should be. Like, better than I would have expected it to be. So, there is that. There's that, and then I'm gonna actually do that. Like that. Actually, I don't need to be out of here yet. Because I need to put in the other guys. Rovska, reroller. Sojourner. Then we need the plants. Arrow cactus. Aloe vera. I just realized I can't put cactus in case Sputnik walks into it. So we're not doing cactus. But yeah, so VTuber stuff is coming along. It will be a bit before it's done, obviously, because I still have stuff to figure out. Like, I need to decide if I'm gonna buy Live 2D for this. Because, technically speaking, I've already spent money on to do this model because, well, to do the VTuber stuff anyway. Because, yeah, it is weird. It doesn't look like it should do that. Because, like, I don't think those are meant to be legs in that way. That it's really weird. It's really odd. But yeah, anyway, train of thought. Do that to have, like, other stuff. Yeah, because, like, that's gonna get something hurt. Okay. We'll go back, Ash. Yeah, the Stonejourner sitting down is really weird. But yeah, because technically, oh yeah, money stuff, yes. Because technically speaking, I've already spent money to do so, because I needed to get the watermark removal thing for VTube Studio, obviously, and I also, as a slight teaser for things, I've picked up stream avatars, which is going to be kind of jank, because as I briefly mentioned in Percy's stream chat yesterday, I'm gonna try and dual stream to Twitch and YouTube. This is an announcement of that, I suppose. If anyone sees this and is curious, I'm gonna dual stream to Twitch and YouTube, hopefully, when... Oh, yeah. See you, Far. Good luck with your stream. Yeah, I'm gonna dual stream to Twitch and YouTube when I do the VTuber debut. But stream avatars, as far as I could tell, only can take from one chat. And so it's just gonna be YouTube chat that's gonna have them. But, like, that's intentional because, like, YouTube's my main platform anyway, so... Like, I'm not gonna... Like, I gotta be honest, if it gets people to subscribe over on YouTube to, like, help me hit YouTube goals, that's more useful incentive to me than it would be on Twitch. There we go! Look at him! He's in his little exhibit now! Awesome. Sputnik now has a little environment to be in and won't be constantly spooked by me. So that's awesome! We have a freaking exhibit in the museum! Yeah, and so... But yeah, like, with VTuber stuff, like, I'm gonna have to look at how much, the Live 2D paid thing is. Because if it's not, like, crazy expensive for, like, a month of it or whatever, so that I can just pretty much go in, do the bits that I need to do, and then... cancel, like, I'm gonna do that. Because it's pretty much, I just have, like, a couple parameter things I need to add. Because I need to add stuff to be able to... Namely, I need to add stuff to be able to adjust the eyeballs. Because they don't have stuff right now. And I can't add them because there's too many deformers. Because the deformers in... I don't need this anymore, actually. I also don't need the baby gate. Which feels sad not needing that anymore, but you know what? It's perfect. Words. Actually, that should probably go in the building bag. But yeah, because pretty much the deformer, like, to talk the modeling stuff, pretty much in order to have it so that the eyes deform properly when the head rotates, they need to have deformers, and to make it so that they can open and close, I need stuff, obviously. And they all need to be in the same, like, bucket of stuff, and you can in the trial, you can only have 3 parameter assignments in that bucket, and I need to be able to do much more to be able to, like, do the eyes stuff. Because I need to at least have parameters for the eyes being, like, the bounds from the eyes, like, X and Y axes, and I need to have, so that's 2 parameters. And I also want to theoretically make it so that, like, the eyes can adjust slightly or whatever if I want to. Like, I need many more parameters than I could do right now, and yeah. And I'm probably gonna have to buy the Live 2D thing because, yeah. But hey, hopefully it'll pay off, because hopefully we'll hit... do you have a way to get frog lights, Ash? Because I do use them. Because, yeah, because I don't have them because, honestly, I'd make a frog light farm, but that would involve going into the nether. I'm trying to do as much as I can without doing that, because it's funny. But, yeah, like... Also, speaking of still needing frog lights, actually, because Because one thing that I didn't show off that I did is, because kind of was visible but I didn't address it. I finished this stretch of hallway. Finished in. I mean, I have a lot of amethyst, so I could buy a lot, assuming Flash still has. Yeah, I believe Flash does. Yeah, like. But yeah, like, I say finished because the lights aren't finished. Kindly ignore how janky this is lined up. It was a mess to do, and I'm still not happy with it. And yeah, they're still missing here as well. But yeah, this bit of the hallways here, leading up to the fossil exhibit. And then the evil bugs will go over there. Which, the bug exhibit's one that I'm kind of debating whether or not I even want to have, because it'll either make the museum lopsided or it will mean I need another exhibit on the left side and on the west side, and I don't know what I want to do, because a bug exhibit would make sense, but also I think I might just cut it, because in all honesty, I can put bug stuff in the hallways, like, and the way I've laid out the museum would not make it work very well. So I might cut that from the plan, but we'll see. Yeah. We have... I'm so happy we have the exhibit now. It's so cool. Sputnik has already shed scoots in there, and it's just gonna get full of scoots, because I'm not gonna be able to collect them. But yeah, Sputnik is just chilling, living their best life as a reanimated armadillo. Hi, buddy. Yeah, he's doing good in there. I'm happy with how that came out. It's not like the fanciest thing in the world, but it works. It's a funky little exhibit with a funky little man inside. He's a little man. He's a little guy. But yeah, we need to figure out stuff to go along the walls in terms of exhibits as well, but I don't have plans for those yet. Like, pretty much, I'm just struggling with planning stuff in general, like, really. So we have, like, specific benches from Let's Do and Another Furniture. Village Taverns RPG series. Bartender villagers, huh? Didn't even know we had village taverns. We have so many mods, like Another Furniture. I don't even know what that mod is. I think dark oak benches worth working here. How do we make those? Dark oak slabs and sticks, perfect. Because technically we can sit on the bench that's there, but we might as well make it look nice. I keep needing to remind myself that Sputnik isn't here, so I don't need to worry about spooking him constantly now. It's kind of sad, but also, like, I feel much better about running through my base haphazardly now. Because I don't have to worry about spooking my friend. Dark oak bench. Okay, that kind of works. How do... the Let's Do ones look very similar. Like, the Let's Do ones are slightly wider, which I don't think work. However, do the left, let's do one's curve. No, they don't either. I don't know why they would, it's just a curiosity. And then the handcrafted ones, which are really complicated to do. Just as plates. The handcrafted ones, which I think are gonna be the winner. Because they're much more physically suitable for a museum, I think. So I made too much of the another furniture ones. I don't know, we'll see when I actually put them. Let's see when I actually put them in the museum proper. That's stone. I don't know why that's in there. Red sand, which we've got way too much, but I figured we just should grab what we can. But yeah. Realistically, I'm probably gonna need to make a frog light shop for myself at some point because they work so well for lighting and stuff. Actually, no, because there would be... Considering the view here... Another one there. Actually, no, it would be 3 wide because then you're aligned under the light perfectly. Do we have? Oh, yeah, that. Canvas signs, that's funky. Oh, no, I did not. I shall do that. Time moves so fast. Tempest, fuck it. Oh, I didn't even realize that there's a package sent by Ash. Here's some money for stuff like frog lights. Oh my gosh, Ash, thank you. Yes. I'm actually just gonna go buy some more frog lights from Flash immediately. Because I need stuff. Also, I bought some stuff from Allie's shop. Can I go through the window? No. Windowsill. That's interesting. Gosh. Like, there's so many blocks for, like, chill cottagecore, like, aesthetic. Primwood fences. That's spooky. That's Izzy. This is Flash. We just... Say more, but I could also... Honestly, this is fine. This is more than enough. In all honesty, I'm just gonna, like, spend... Like, thank you so much, Ash, because, yeah, I'm just gonna buy a bunch of pearlescent ones, because the pearlescent ones are perfect. Because I can use these, actually. Do you still have everything? I need more ebony logs. I'll also grab more maple logs as well. Oh wait, was it specifically blooming nature ebony? Oh. Ugh. That's bad. Well, instead of just buying them myself, I didn't know which ones you wanted. It's appreciated, Ash. You don't know how much it is, because, yeah. I really, like, there's so much bits and bobs I need to do, but every time I get on the server, I'm just like, I just want to do, like, basic shit, like, make walls. Like, I don't want to, I don't feel like doing anything complicated. I just want to, like, build walls and stuff. Yeah. Some of these lights are also gonna go. Like, I just need something, like, as I've said before, the museum plan is that it's going to be, like, I'm gonna make it complete, and then I'm gonna ruin it later. And so, I want to set it all up. Also, just having all the lighting set up is nice. Yeah, there we go. It's all consistently lit now. Thank you, Ash. Yeah, why did I do blooming nature ebony? Let me check what the difference is visually, because I should not have used that. I should have used Biomes Week on. So that's Biomes We've Gone, that's Blooming Nature, and unfortunately the Blooming Nature ones look better. Fuck. That means I'm gonna have to find Blooming Nature Ebony. I don't think, because I think all the ebony saplings I have are Biomes We've Gone. Because, yeah, Biomes We've Gone, I don't even know what. Ebony. All I know is the Blooming Nature ebony ones are forked. Blooming Nature. Ebony sapling, yeah. I'm gonna need to find more of that. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. There might be, like, a sapling for that at small. I might be able to buy that at small or something. Because I have some money, so I probably can buy saplings. I need to make, like, a tree area. Again. Yeah, because the most of this is that ebony, so... I swear I saw someone have, like, a trash bin. Trading post. Another furniture. Is there, like, flower boxes? That's cool. Service bell. Can make a bell? Damn it! Oh, I wonder if the hammer would have been able to add sides to those. It's called a bin. I thought I... Unless I just did not... There it is! Let's do furniture. Thank you, Ash. Yeah, I just did not see it when I searched that. This was like 4 across. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. redwood planks that get used. Right, those are slabs in the top. So we need to do this. Remembering how my build works. That's one. And then these also go because those are replaced. And then the blocks underneath are maple blocks. Yes. Okay, and then I need glass ochre frogolites. And then I don't have any things, but I do have those, which I can use to just do that. Won't be perfect, but at least it's enough to, like, have a thing. And then, are those fucking ebony trapdoors? Thanks, past me, for using such a accessible block. Granted, at the time, I didn't realize that, like, ebony, like, this ebony was not the ebony I was getting when I was taking stuff down in the forest, and so, hindsight, all that, okay. Okay, now I want to make a bin, because it feels like there should be a bin next to the trash, next to the bench, because that makes sense. Also, maybe I get, like, a table or something next on the other side? Bin would be down here. It would really be Minecraft building if blocks were easy to get, and you are so right. I love that we can have a bin. That's so funny. I think it has, like, a utility, but, like... Oh, there's some stuff for that. That's funky. I know this is gonna give us a million options. Yep. Magic table. Probably want, like... biomes plenty. You right-click the bin with an item, it deletes the item and fills the bin a little. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling it did something like that. I feel like Macaw's tables and stuff work. No, I'm not using. I'm using biomes on stuff. Do I really have biomes of any wood of any kind? And biomes of plain redwood, which is just bright red. Enchanted, which also not, right? The bin gets full, you can right-click the bin again, and you get a chance of getting a trash bag, which can give you a random item if you right-click. That's fun. I love trash cuts. Really brings a new meaning to gacha trash. Oh gosh. Okay. Bin. I think I suppose dark oak makes the most sense. Probably be an end table I'd want then. spruce end table looks like dark oak end table, which is a dark oak table, which is a dark oak coffee table, which is an oak. Fucking hell. Why does it have to be so complicated to make a table? Like, what is this, IKEA? Dark oak coffee table, dark oak table, and then... And have I gone too far? No, and then I add another log to it, and it turns into an end table. And that's perfectly what I want, but it's so complicated. Why is it so complicated to make a table? Wait, no, and then I need... Oh gosh, modded Minecraft, you are the bane of my existence regularly. But damn, you're amusing in the stupidest ways. Okay, we have our tables, and we have our bins, and we have benches. It's basically more gambling, yeah. We have so much gamba in this mod pack, it's silly. Like, it's so silly in the stupidest way possible. Like, what? How is there so much gambling? There we go, that works. That works really well. I need to make sure not to right click this with anything, but like... Oh, that's weird. Like... Because it limits your POV, it's really weird to control. But yeah. You can sit here with your bin, and you can put your stuff down on the table. Yeah, that's really weird, because it like resets your look position. That's kind of disorienting. But yeah, we've got a little bench here for people to sit down and admire whatever goes in there. And then, I guess, I'm trying to think of, like, it depends on what I put on this wall, really. Because, depending on what I put on that wall, it's either, we put another bench, or, I don't know. Because I could also, in theory, just extend this, but I don't really think that makes sense. I could also shorten it, and then just divide it, but I don't know. I really don't know what I'm doing with this hallway yet. I'm so indecisive when it comes to finalizing build stuff. But you know what? We've made progress, and that's ultimately really impressive for us at this point. Because last week, maybe we didn't do nothing, but we didn't do much. But yeah. Now I'm trying to figure out what to do. Because it's only been an hour and a half, and we've already done a fair... Well, we've not done, like, that much. We've done a couple things. Oh, gosh. I'm just, like... Admittedly, the issue I'm having with the museum is it's such a monumental, like, task that it's kind of difficult sometimes to figure out, like, to decide on anything to do in it. Like, to figure out how any of the designs for stuff are gonna be and what have you. Like, it's kind of annoying sometimes to be like, oh, I need to just figure out, like, what goes here. I don't know. And the fact that I don't know is meaning that it's taking long. 'Cause, like, admittedly, a bunch of the stuff that I have easy exhibits and, like, ideas for are not stuff I'm working on right now. Because I've jumped into the hard bit immediately with doing animal exhibits. I mean, like, I suppose I could do, the Pokedex entry thing. Oh, sorry, buddy. Hi, bud. I need a don't tap on glass sign on each of the edges of this. That much is obvious. So, we have... That's a spirit sign. Also, we need, like, a directory like, signs and stuff, but... I'm kind of debating on whether or not I want to make those, like, custom art asset things so that they can look fancy, but also I'm not a designer, so probably won't do that. Do not tap on. Oh. Do not tap. Actually, no, these wouldn't be there. What am I saying? Because Sputnik didn't used to be alive. Sputnik's a doll, a reanimated doll, basically, and so there wouldn't be don't tap on glass. Because Sputnik shouldn't be alive. Because there used to just be an armadillo in there. Like, a stuffed armadillo in there. And now it's Sputnik. Hi, Sputnik. Hi, Flynn. How you doing? So, I think along the walls, I want to have, probably not in big, chunky exhibits like that. I think we do, which this is going to be an expensive thing, because they're expensive. I was about to ask why a doll would need a don't tap on glass sign. Yeah, 100% right. Like, I completely forgot my own lore. Yeah, you're 100% right. My brain forgot that that's what we established earlier. Lecterns. Also, you didn't hear it from me, Ash, but there is something funny in Far's base that I don't know when she'll notice. Because, like, obviously Far's not streaming Cozy this week, because she's doing her other stuff. Like, Far is prioritizing, Forever World, seemingly. And so, I don't know when she's gonna see it, and it's not obvious, so it could be a long time, but it'll be very funny. But I'm not gonna say anything more than that, because there's also a theoretical possibility that she watches this VOD at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna need to figure out a way... Okay, I can't farm in ink sacs. That's not practical. Because squid farms are really invasive and they're really time intensive to do. Like, you can get it from fishing in the Eternal Starlight. Or, yeah, you can get ink sacs from fishing, but... Like... You can also get them from defeating Pokemon or chests. Mob loot from squids. But, yeah. We'll have to figure out something. Because I'm going to need a lot of ink sacs for books and quills. To be able to write stuff. because I'm pretty sure, like, the signs and stuff won't be able to have, like, the full Pokedex entries that I want to do. And so I think books and quills are probably what we're going to have to deal with lecterns. And I think it's also kind of archaic, and so it works. Actually, before I do this, I need other blocks. What am I doing? So, in that room, we have dark oak trim that maybe like stone wood, not dark oak wood, like maybe like honestly birch wood. We don't have loads of birch. Update. There we go. Nailed birch looks so bad. Actually, don't stop to think. Resurrect Ectofossil Pokemon. Awesome. Congrats, Ash. Do I do that? I don't think so. I think I do something like... Honestly, that works. As like a little pedestal. And then we have some Pokemon. So, we need to find, at this point, there's a couple things we need to figure out. Namely, we need to find... So. Oh gosh. Give me a sec. Apologies, it just like the moment I started talking, I had a sneeze come on. So I talked about this a couple times. The idea of having old Pokedex entries and stuff in it. So I need to find some disturbing Pokedex entries to put in for the Pokemon I have Pokedolls of. And so we need to do research. So I might the video portion of this might not look the most interesting for a bit. I can't believe it. Ash didn't stop to think and just fucking died. No. So, I am going to make a educated guess that Phantumps is probably fucked. Phantom! Pokedex entries. These Pokemon are created when spirits possess rotten tree stumps. They prefer to live in abandoned forests. According to old tales, these Pokemon are stumps possessed by spirits of children who died while lost in the forest. That's interesting. Okay, that's 100% worth using that. For Phantump. Does Marshadow have one? Because I don't know anything about Marshadow. I think most ghost types are, yeah. Dex entries. Able to conceal itself in shadows and never appears before humans, so its very existence is stuff of myth. Ooh, Marshadow has some fun options. Also, I just realized, I, like, went off of the page with Phantump's thing, and I shouldn't have done that. Okay, Phantump, Marshadow has something funky, and I think the idea of just having a legendary Pokemon there. I mean, I do have this. which is also silly. But also, it would not make sense to have a shiny thing. That's a very funky Sableye Pokédoll. Let's see. But I don't want to just have it be... ghost types, because those are obvious. Pokédex entries. Ooh! Ooh! Furret has a really fucked one! Furret from Silver. There's no telling where the tail begins. Despite its short legs, it's quick at hunting Rattata. I don't think I've ever seen a Pokédex entry that explicitly mentions that it kills another Pokemon. Oh, that's fucked. I realize I don't actually know Sandygas's entry. Born from a sand mound, playfully built by children, this Pokemon embodies grudges of the departed. It takes control of anyone who puts a hand in its mouth, and so it adds to the accumulation of its sand and mound body. It likes the shovel on its head, so Sandygas will get serious and fight any children who come to take it back. If you build sand mounds while you're playing, destroy them before you go home, or they might get possessed. Sandygas has fun ones, obviously. So that's 1, 2. I'm gonna just try and use, like, pretty much the idea is that they have to be from, like, the earliest possible game that those Pokemon are in. I don't understand that. Oh, he's a sleepy Venusaur. Does Ampharos have one? Ampharos. The tail's tip shines brightly and can be seen from far away. It acts as a beacon for lost people. The bright light on its tail can be seen from far away. It's been treasured since ancient times as a beacon. When it gets dark, the light from its bright, shiny tail can be seen far away on the ocean surface. Okay. Okay, Ampharos is just... That's kind of cool still, but it's not... Actually, you know what? It's a museum. They shouldn't all be creepy. Ampharos's one is really cool. Where it's basically like a frickin'... it's used as a lighthouse, basically. Tropius, I think I have a general idea of Tropius's ones. Mimikyu is gonna have one, but I honestly, actually, I don't think Mimikyu should, because Mimikyu's a weird one. We should probably have one for Wailord, but Wailord is the largest of all identified Pokemon up to now. This giant Pokemon swims languorously in the vast open sea, eating massive amounts of food at once with its enormous mouth. When chasing prey, Wailord herds them by leaping out of the water and making a humongous splash. It's breathtaking to see this Pokemon leaping out of the sea with others in its pod. It breathes through the nostrils that it raises above the sea. By inhaling to its maximum capacity, a Wailord can dive close to 10,000 feet below the waves. Wailord might be fun. Actually, no, but Wailord goes in the ocean exhibit. Not this one. Rowlet. Pokedex entries. This... Interesting. Yeah, we could do Rowlet. And then we have one more that we could currently put in exhibit for. Oh, I just realized I didn't have Shuffle and Repeat on for my playlist. Whoops. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. A strange seed was planted in its back at birth. The plant sprouts that grows with the Pokemon. It can go for 4 days without eating a single morsel. In the bulb on its back, it stores energy. The bulb... Wait. Nah, that's not interesting. You know what? We're just gonna do the ones we have for now. Because, yeah, like, even just like, the fact that Furret's one is fucked, like, is disturbing in... Like, it's not, like, disturbing, it's just a certain level of, like... Like, I didn't know that Pokemon would, like, entries say that. That will be Rowlet. And then that. That can be Ampharos. I like the idea of it being, like, fairly innocent at the beginning. And then it gets more spooky. And then that can be Marshadow. Sandygast. Phantom. Because even this, like, doing these already gives, like, information about the Pokemon. Like, well, already... No, not exactly gives information about the Pokemon, isn't what I meant to say. Oh, wait. Yeah, that broke slightly. But I mean, more meant that, it gives something, a reason to actually go to the museum already. Okay. Take the book, because writing... So. Furret. Furret is a... Let me just move some stuff over so I can do this. Let me do some formatting shenanigery. Furret. Alright. too fucking hot out. Yeah, it is. It really is, Obsidia. Oh my gosh. That. Actually, that looks wrong. Start that. Type. "15 minutes to take my brother's dog out, and I'm already about to overheat and get -2 special attack." Yeah. Honestly, fair. Honestly. You know what, actually. I'm gonna make these fancy because it feels like they should be. Egg group, field. And so, I drank water too fast and now I got the hiccups. No! Damn. Rip. Oh wait, that shouldn't have that. Yep, that should be there. Because this needs to be informative, theoretically. Like, there should be I know this is not going to be the most interesting thing out there, but I think this makes sense that this should be informative. And so, abilities, run away, keen eye, hidden abilities. Because, like, these are things easy enough for a museum to know. They're like, hey, these Pokemon have these abilities. And so, that makes sense. That, cool. That looks good. I'm gonna make sure that's saved into this. Okay. And this is also a way to do a template. So that works. Ferret. Okay. Just copy that little thing. Entry. Or can I do... Dex entry. Makes a nest to... It's long and skinny body. Buddy. The nest is... I need to, like... Let me see if I can, if this will work. Yeah, I need to be able to copy it, so for other, I need to be able to have the thing on the E. For other Pokemon to enter. There's no telling where the tail begins. Despite... Oh no! Server restart in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll finish this one. Despite its short legs, it is quick at hunting Rattata. Cool. Information gained. Oh wait. Crap. No. Just reset all the... Okay. No, I didn't. Okay. I'm gonna keep that like that for now. And then... Honestly, though, I think that's fine. Because, like, type, field group, abilities, hidden abilities, and dex entry, I think that is enough information to be able to, like, to be museum interesting. Like, I suppose I could have a thing of, like, first discovered in the Johto region or whatever. But I also don't want to fully try and canonicize prior stuff. And so I think this is just going to be it. I'm going to keep that. And then I'm going to keep this, and then I'm going to sign it after the server restart. But yeah, that's really good. I'm happy with that. And then we can also just Control C, and then Control V, and then, like, start this on Rowlet. And we can do that after the restart. But yeah, I think this is going to be what the next little bit of the stream is going to be, is writing those up. Because that'll be good. Because it gives people, like, even now, they're... Oh my... What the fuck? Why are there so many spiders? Oh my gosh. What the hell? Yeah, like, it gives people a thing to look at in the museum. Actually, I think I could probably start doing some Rowlet stuff. Rowlet. Rowlet. Type. Grass. Flying. Okay. Grass is green. Flying blue. Both get underscore. That fucked up. Nope, I can't put underscores like that. Well. Also, that flying is not understandable. There we go, that's more legible. Type grass flying. Cool. If I put, like, an underscore... Oh, no. Okay. Alright, I'm going to go be right back. I'm going to go use the bathroom and stuff while the server restarts. So, we will be back in a bit. Woo! I am back, although I think we're still waiting a couple minutes until the server fully restarts. Also, I realized I had this up quite a bit. Did not mean to do that. Also, Skyla, I saw your Infinite Fusions Hoenn video yesterday and thought it was really funny how the opening animation had a fusion of Zangoose and Viper when they canonically hate each other. I did not notice that. That is really funny. You're right. You are right, Ash. That's really, really funny. I also find it funny how I did not realize, when I was recording the, cause I don't address it cause I cut out the bit, in the video, but I recorded that whole thing on 2 different days, and I didn't realize until the second day that support, that the C.Surskit fusion that I used for support is just in the intro. and it's really funny. Because it makes sense. It's an obvious enough fusion of early game Pokemon. So, oh, the server restarted really quick today. Sometimes it takes like 5 minutes for it to restart. But I suppose not today. Like your naming scheme. Thank you. Legitimately, it was just, I thought it was really, like, I was on something that day, and so naming, it really just started by, like, me seeing the potential of just making my rival just to be me but male and just naming him Dysphoria. And it just kind of went from there. And it was really silly, and I'm really happy with it. It's so silly. But yeah, also thank you for watching that video. I'm not sure, like, I don't actually know how well it's doing algorithmically, but I really enjoyed it. I want to do more Infinite Fusion Hoenn. Like, that's probably gonna be what's on alternating weeks with Cozy. We'll see. So, Rowlet, the Grass Quill Pokemon. I realized I don't have that bit. Also, I need to remove the underscore, because if that's going to be a problem with other ones, then... Furret is the long body. And then I need to copy the word Pokemon. Nope, I can't get it from there. Why can't I copy the word Pokemon into it again? Why can't I? Oh my gosh, there was a whole bunch of fucking stupid space stuff. I feel like the time you accidentally called the Birch Professor bitch also works really well, as he clearly wants you to be friends with the opposite gendered rival. Yes. Yep. Professor bitch. I forgot I did that. Yeah, you're so right. You call Birch Professor bitch. Furret, the long body Pokemon. Yeah, I think that works. Type normal field. Alright, cool. So in this, we need to do that. Rowlet is the Grass Quill Pokemon. And then I underlined that specifically. Rowlet is grass flying. It has the flying. I need to actually type the word flying correctly. Its abilities are just overgrow, And then hidden abilities, long reach. Okay, cool. Then, Rowlet's Pokedex entry. Which I also need the funky formatting for that. Rowlet's Pokedex entries. Can I just... Yeah! Oh, there's not enough space. There we go. Just about fit it. So, Furret, Rowlet. Cool. So if I take this. Okay, wait. Furret, copy. You paste. So then you're just going to be a backup copy of Furret for stuff. So then you are going to be actual Furret. So I'm going to just sign you as Furret. Yay! And now there's not all the... Because I would just leave it unsigned, but one, I don't want to risk vandalism, and two, I mean, to be honest, like, I don't want to risk vandalism, and I don't want people having all the ugly, like, UI stuff from the book tools mod. So yeah, cool. And then you, Rowlet, is how you spell Rowlet. Yep. And close. We now have Rowlet. Cool. And we can use this book to keep copying and paste it to be able to use as a template. Okay, so Ampharos. Ampharos. Ampharos is the light Pokemon. Its type is Electric. I, for some reason, like, lost my memory of how to spell for a second. It's electric. That is unseeable. I think that's completely unreadable. That's better. Electric. Oh. Egg group. Spelling is overrated anyway. Ampharos is 2. Abilities is just static. Because we're not addressing Mega Evolution here. And then its hidden ability is plus? What the hell is plus? Oh, it was the signature ability of Plusle. Oh, it's double battle stuff. That's funky. Dex entry for Ampharos. Ampharos is fairly normal. However, I want to grab the Ruby and Sapphire one. Because that is a really interesting dex entry from Ruby and Sapphire. Ampharos gives off so much light that it can be seen even from space. People in the old days used to use the light of this Pokemon to send signals back and forth with others far away. I think that is a very good dex entry to use for Ampharos. Okay, so I think Ampharos. Ampharos, Rowlet, Furret. I also should probably have a sign that says, like, the Pokemon name on them, or, like, a thing above them. No, above them would not work because of sizes of certain Pokédolls. So, Ampharos, Marshadow. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Take book. Let me grab formatting. Marshadow. No, that was fine. Oh, it's space. The space thingy. There we go, that works. It is the Gloom Dweller. Pokemon. Marshadow is also fighting goat. Fighting ghosts. Some of the formatting stuff gets messed up sometimes. Fighting ghosts. So fighting is gonna go. Actually, no. Fighting should be red. Ghost. Honestly, you just stay black, honestly. Because I would make it purple, but that's poison, that's going to be fairy, so. Ability, egg group. None discovered. Ability Technician. Hidden ability none discovered. Dex entry for Marshadow. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Do-do-do-do. Fairy resistance was the stuff of myths. Lurks in the shadows of others, copying their movements and powers. This Pokemon is craven and cowering. I think that just being all you get on Marshadow is spooky. There we go. And once again, copy book. Take that book. Paste book. Let me just do that for both of these as well. Copy. Paste. Okay, Sandygast next. Sandygast, my beloved. Sandygast is the Sand-type Pokemon. It is a Ghost Ground type. Except I knew that. Ground, I'm gonna have to use that too. Gosh dang it. Because I fucked up the formatting for this so much, like, look at how much that's fucked. It's Ghost Ground. Egg type. Amorphous. I can spell that fine, obviously. Well, it's obviously only got water compaction. And then its hidden ability is Sand Veil, as we all know. Or at least, as I know very well at this point. Dex entry for Sandygast, my beloved. If you build sand mounds when you're playing, destroy them before you get home, or they might get possessed and become Sandygast. As much as I... You know what? Fuck it. It having... Basically just having folklore is cool. And then Phantom! It's Phantom! Which is obviously the stump Pokemon, which makes sense. It's a stumping Pokemon. It is a ghost. Grass. Egg group. Grass. A. Grass and amorphous. Abilities. Natural cure. I should have capitalized that. Natural cure. Frisk. Frisk Undertale. And then hidden ability Harvest. Okay, and we're doing the dead kid one, obviously. Also, having, like, folklore in it. These Pokemon are created when spirits possess rotten tree stumps. They prefer to live in abandoned forests. According to old tales, these Pokemon are stumps possessed by the spirits of children who died while lost in the forest. It is... Wait a minute. Did I put... Oh, fuck. I forgot to change the name at the top. Gosh dang it. I'm so stupid. I need to just redo this. Actually, no, I can't, because this needs to be the thing, so I need to just make a new one. Damn it! Gosh dang it. I can't believe I forgot to do that. I forgot to put fucking Sandygast's name in the frickin' book. Whatever, it's fine, I'll just redo it. Oh, gosh. There, it's okay. Come again some other day. Sandygast. Good thing you have a bin to let you delete items you don't need now. Fair, yeah. Oh gosh, it's the Sand Heap Pokemon. It's Ghost Ground, with the ground being... Its egg group is a... Its ability is water compaction. And then that's sand veil. I have a 4E except a Emorphin. And then I need to go grab kind of annoyed that I can't. Oh wait, there we go. There we go. Cool. Okay, that Sandygast, Sand Heap, Egg Group Amorphous, Water Compaction, Sand Veil, Deck Century. Wait a minute. That has the proper quotes around them. Okay. Okay, and I can delete the shitty version. original. You're the ferret one. Okay, cool. Phantom stuff. Yeah, and also it works out because I got another Pokedex entry in there. So it's not just folklore entirely. Yeah, Amorphous is slightly over where it should have been, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we now have exhibits! We have information that can be gained by going through the museum. I can't believe it. Like... And there's so many more we can need to do. Like, theoretically, we should put a Stonejourner one, like a thing for Stonejourner there. A thing for Reoler and the evolution, as well as a Charmander one. Charmander probably will go over here, or that one will go over here. We're sponsored by Folium Hosting, if you didn't know. But yeah, like... For long body Pokemon, type normal, egg group, field, keen eye, abilities, fun, like this is fun. I'm really happy with how this turned out. Like, it's like, oh, okay, when store up energy during the day. Oh, it kills people. Oh, it kills Rattata. Oh, that's fucked. Ampharos, it leads people. That's very cute. Marshadow. Oh, it is craven and cowering, allegedly. Sandygast. It's possessed by ghosts, and if you don't destroy your sandcastles, you might get Sandygast. Oh, this. Oh, it's possessed by spirits. Oh, it's children. Oh, great. This is fun. Like, it's gonna be a lot of work to keep these up, but I am quite happy with where this is going. Also, we probably want signs. Should probably be birch signs that I put the thing in. Now that I think about it, because if they're birch signs, then they mesh better with that. But yeah, that's really cool to have now, because that means that we have exhibits and stuff that can be shown off, and like people who actually come to the base can like read stuff. That's cool. Where my sticks go? There. Six. Not enough. Doo-doo. Birch signs. I think we only have a lectern still. Like, I could make another one. I just don't know what other Pokemon to have. Like, I think I'm just gonna, like, do a bit, maybe in my own time. Maybe, for those watching in, like, either watching the stream or who are watching the VOD in future, if you know of any fucked up sounding Pokemon Pokedex entries, throw it in the comments and stuff, and I will see as a suggestion, and I will see that and maybe use those. Preferably on the first generation that those Pokemon appeared, because there's over 1,000 Pokemon, and I'm sure there's ones that that would be really fun to put in. But yeah, and I might need to visit Pokédoll shops potentially. This is just Furret, and this is Rowlet. Grass. I know the entire Litwick line has a few messed up ones. But there aren't any Poké Dolls, damn. I mean, I could theoretically have a thing on Litwick. Wait, that's so funny. That's perfect, wait. Because of the way this room is going, wait, Ash, you've given me a fantastic idea. Give me a second. What if, in theory, I'm gonna have a look. What if I have a, because I realized I put the other thing away. I have a place that was meant to have like a Litwick or a Lampen or something, and there's just nothing on the pedestal. Like, it's just gone. To, like, imply that the thing's just left. Wait. Give me a book. Give me my lectern. We're doing this. I love that idea. Oh, that's a fun idea, yes. I'm glad you approve. As the #1 Chandelier lover, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Okay, so the real question is which one I use, because I love that entire line, like Litwick and Chandelier especially. Like Lampen's cool too. Lampen's really cool. Like I love the idea of like the haunted light fixtures. You know what? Let me just move this over slightly. Just so that it's a bit more even. That. And Frost. Marshadow fighting Ghost. Fighting Ghost. I like the one for the Pokemon White. While shining a light and pretending to be a guide, it leeches off the life force of any of those who follow it. Ooh, that's really good. And then, it being missing is ominous. What is Ghost Grass? So is that a Litwick one? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're doing Litwick. Pokemon Black entries, Litwick shines a light that absorbs life energy of people and Pokemon, which become fuel that it burns. I like both of those. Like, those are fun. I didn't know that that was Litwick's deal. That's really fun. Okay, and then that's in there. Okay. Litwick, which is very simply the Candle Pokemon. Type, Ghost Fire. Fire is red. Egg group, a Morphous. Ability, it has Flash Fire or Flame Body. I'm gonna give myself more space. Hidden ability, Infiltrator or Shadow Tag. Come on. Okay, sure. Damn. Actually, wait, no, I'm just gonna list Shadow Tag. Because Shadow Tag was its ability in Gen 5. And so it implies that this information's outdated because it has Infiltrator now. You maybe do what you did with Phantom and do the black entry and then do the white entry after. I will try and see if there's space for it. Which I'll probably need to use the whole page. Black entry. Oh wait, perfect. There's enough space. And I can do that. Okay, cool. That works perfectly. And all the formatting is right. Litwick, Flashfire, Flame Body, Shadow Tag, Amorphous. Amorphous weird because it's sign. Litwick. Liddywick. Litwick. Although the book name doesn't really matter. Litwick, Candle Pokemon. Wait a minute. Actually, wait. Wait. Not even just having it missing. What if it's just a candle left? What if it is literally just a candle that is burning? Like, we'll see if this works. Oh, it should probably be a white candle, actually. Because unless I can get, like... Oh, the Simple Hats candle would be perfect, but that doesn't work. We'll try a white candle. I was just thinking the same thing, yeah. Because if we have a candle here, like, it implies... I mean, there's two ways it can imply. It can imply that they never actually had a Litwick display, or that the ghost that was in this Litwick is just gone. However, if we want to make it fucked, yes I do. The flame is burning. Which implies that it's stealing life force from everyone in the museum. I like that. That's fun. Just having an actual candle there. Just like, why that there? Oh, it's a Litwick. Oh, it's actually a Litwick. Oh, no. That was a very fun idea. I'll make a decision of whether or not I want to keep the candle burning, but yeah. That's very fun. We have exhibits now. I think actually if we're gonna not do the bug exhibit, which I think is the plan now. Actually, no. What I'm gonna do, I think, with the bugs is I'm probably just gonna have like a display thing at the end that is just bug stuff. To just that be the only thing on bugs. I do think the idea of a candle in an abandoned museum that's burning can be pretty scary. Yeah. Like, and also, so you're, because, like, theoretically, right? Like, I'm probably gonna knock out the lights and stuff because we have nighttime torches to prevent anything other than spiders. Like, you walk in, you see this room, which will probably be dark. You walk in, you start reading these entries, presumably. You look around, you see a live armadillo in here somehow. You walk around, you read some of them are a bit disturbing, it gets more disturbing, and then there's a candle. You're like, Litwick, that's not a Pokemon, that's a candle. And why is it burning? Hey, Litwick, candle, type, candle Pokemon. Huh? Okay. Litwick shines a light that absorbs the life of energy of people and Pokemon, which become the fuel it burns. When shedding a light and pretending to be a guide, it leeches off the life force of any who follow it. Oh. Oh, no. And then realization. Yeah. There's also theoretically, like, a world where explanation that this was... Because these are meant to be, like, either... like taxidermy or just like recreations of visages of Pokemon. Like obviously this Marshadow is only a recreation. It's not an actual Marshadow that's been gutted because Marshadow's a mythical. And they wouldn't have been able to find that. Like the reason why Marshadow's entry, like having none discovered, and then having the entry be so biased and non-scientific means that this thing is probably not very well known. And so, like also, because this is not a size-accurate Ampharos, for example. Like, but, yeah, it's funky. It's real funky. We also are gonna need to have a... Hi, buddy. Hi there. We're gonna need to have a text plaque explain where Sputnik supposedly used to be, explaining what an armadillo is and, like, their natural habitat and stuff. As well as things about, like, normal animals that I need to put, like, exhibit stuff for. But, yeah. Like, this is already, like, turning out to be a quite fun exhibit, and like actually having exhibits in the museum is awesome. Like I think maybe I should put like paintings or something on the walls. Like I could probably find like official Pokemon art and stuff to do for those. Like I might be able to just put like the official art of Furret or something there, or like the actual Cobblemon, an image of the actual Cobblemon model above these. So like there's a proper thing, and I don't know, maybe I can do some shenanigery and editing to give it like a picture frame and stuff. To like actually spruce it up. But I don't think I can realistically do that on stream because that's not going to be interesting. So, ocean life. Another one that I think I'm going to take some inspiration from how I've done this. Maybe. Because the walls obviously have to be, like, blue. Yeah, Galarian Ponyta. Walls need to be blue and stuff. I mean, obviously we have enchanted planks that we can use. It's possible it would be fun if some of the art had tears in them or burn marks for... Yes, 110% correct, Ash. Like, 100% right, yes. Having, like, tears and stuff in them is perfect. Like, especially if I do them to look like paintings. Like, trying to do that would be a really good idea. You are onto something great there, Ash. Yes, yes, yes. Having tears and, like, having the Litwick one burned. Like, that is perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I'm wondering how easily I could do that. No, I can't do that on stream. I'd need to do so much finaglery to, like, find stuff. Like, I'd probably... If I'm gonna do this myself, I'm probably gonna make, like, art... like, a very loose art thing for the edge of the picture frame. So, that's gonna take... It's gonna take too much time to be able to do on this stream. And also, like, with Paint.net, I can't show it on... Like, I can't record it with OBS very easily. So... Yeah, with the ocean exhibit, I'm thinking we obviously have to make it, like, blue. Like, that much is clear. Because I can imagine a Litwick finding the entry and wanting to burn the image so people didn't know what Litwicks look like so they could steal life force from them. Yes. Oh, fuck, wait. Wait. I need to test something. Oh, that's annoying. If only. I wonder if any of the other... Like, if I... No, just the copper one, honestly. Copper... I'm only going to make one, because this is a test. Copper that. Copper that string. I wonder, let's see. Also, I realize I need to put the bin in there. Yes! Oh, that works! Oh! So, fucked up idea. If we're going with the Litwick idea. You get a candle when you enter as, like, a guiding light. And then you get to the Litwick exhibit and question whether or not it's a Litwick itself that's guiding you for, like, if you have shaders or dynamic lights or whatever. Having, like, the Litwick that lights up the path around, that, like, is your torch. Because it lights up pretty well, so... I think that could work. That's really good. That's quite fun. Oh, that's a fun idea, yeah. The complimentary candle. I'll do... it'll be more funky. And I'll decide whether or not I want to do copper or iron as the thing. But yeah. Because it gives people a way to see as well, like... And adds to horror... The fact that this field is quickly becoming like a horror game is like the idea of the museum, like... Oh my gosh. Actually, I want to do a thing real quick. Like Terraria for a second. Also, music discs. We need to collect music discs. So, like, and there is a world where I make a disc farm. Or, honestly, I just need to go exploring and just loot a whole bunch of the, like, cat discs and stuff. Because, let me do something, and I want to show you an execution of an idea. And I need to grab a thing. There we go. So, I can't. Oh wait, that, okay, wait. that. And then these. Okay. I'm gonna, like, do some shenanigery. Because, where is my jukebox? And then I need to... So, where these? And then I need to make chests. Let me just make like a bunch of chests. Okay. And then I also need a like redstone torch for like demonstration purposes. Okay. Now, if I copy this and then / audio player. URL this deal equal 1 that. Okay, put on item. Okay, so I want to show you something that I have discovered, which is the way we're doing stuff for this. If we, actually I need just to lock the hopper for now. And then so that is a just random stock audio effect, but what of like that's a stock audio effect of crying that I've heard that I've used in prior projects, but because of the audio play air mod. Let me just take that out. It would automatically go in there while unplayed, but I don't know if we're going to use that specific thing. I wanted to do it just as a proof of concept. This is one I think I actually will use. Deal equal 1, that, put on item, and then we do that. And then we can also wait, no, it's, yeah, that is how it works. Wait, no, that's not how it works. I forget the orientation of these things need to be in. That. There we go. So now this is just a loop. And if I remove this,
You know, you remind me of someone.
and then,
You know, you remind me of someone.
and that's an audio clip I made for a thing. And so, basically, the idea is that we are going to have calibrated skulk sensors detecting walking across the museum. And when someone walks, you will get...
You know, you remind me of someone.
You will get audio cues in certain parts of the museum when when you walk in certain areas. We can have it do audio prompts, which means we could do audio design in Minecraft and audio design the hell out of this project. I can add sound effects to stuff. Like, I can make, like, in certain areas, like, I can make the sound of, like, creaking floorboards and stuff. I can make, like, wind rushing in certain areas. Like, I could do so much shit with this. We can have this be the most immersive Minecraft build you've ever seen. And it's so ambitious, I love it. And, yeah, this is a system I figured out that works perfectly. And I just need a lot of music discs to do it. Pretty much. And so I'll have to figure out a way to get those, but yeah, this is just generic one. And yeah, in doing so, like, we can add audio, so like you'll like walk through part of the museum. Like, could you imagine you're like you walk over here and like you like go in here, and suddenly, like, if you stand in front of the Litwick, you hear like fire crackling noises, or like you hear like audio, or like it triggers specifically a audio jukebox that's over there that's like stepping noises or something. Like wait, you could in theory make it if someone interacts with the lectern, audio plays as well, or just after they read a book, if you time it correctly. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, like I could do that. Because if we go back, I've made a thing when I was testing stuff out to figure out the system. I made a thing. So you may have seen these in here. The Redstone book, which basically is just a bunch of numbers on pages, but these are to be read by a comparator looking at a lectern, meaning that to be able to tell what the, like, because you can use that to dictate a signal strength, meaning that we can do that to dictate the signal strength being put into a calibrated skulk sensor, which dictates what sounds it listens for. So you could theoretically have it listen for page turning, or you could have it listen for steps. Like, it could make a Litwick cry be heard after reading the Litwick book. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Like, stuff like that. Like, that is the plan. To just do the most unnerving stuff ever and make it an actual horror experience. And because that's really fun to me, the idea that we can have like a proper, basically horror game be playable in Cozymon. What's the objective? Are you being chased by anything? No. Like, technically speaking, we're not, because of the fact that theoretically there's a world where that becomes a gym or something. Like, it's never gonna be like that specific. Like, I'm not gonna, in most cases, the plan is to not explicitly force someone to go down a specific route. But if you choose one way, you're gonna go through whatever's going there. Like, because if you're going through this hallway, you're probably gonna see that, you're gonna go into the fossil, go into the gift shop. Like, yeah. And also, because audio prompts and stuff can make it seem like the thing's actually haunted. Even if, so, even if it's simple stuff, like, initially, like, at the beginning, I'm gonna have, like, an info book telling you, like, the rules of the place, like, no breaking blocks, maybe keep jukebox time, volume not at max, and stuff. But, and stuff like that. But like when you read that book, it plays like one of the Minecraft cave ambiance sounds, like one of the creepy cave ambiance sounds or something. And so like it's like, oh, that's creepy and that's interestingly timed. But no, it's not interestingly timed. It's intentional game design. But yeah, like it's so much work. And the actual building of everything needs to be done first, obviously. Speaking of which, I should probably figure out the arch. Because this has been put off a bit too long, and I need to figure out what I'm doing with it. Because these probably need to come out to be, like, here. Like, this probably needs to be, like, this. Or something like that. Or there needs to just be another block that traces it. Like something ornate. Probably not diorite. Then again, the lighter bits are down there. It's kind of all diorite up here. Then again, it would make sense for it to be light again. So maybe that's calcite. Probably not a pillar, because we're going to need to have it be funky. But it would be smooth enough. Probably not eroded. Oh, calcite pillar. Could just be vertical cut calcite, honestly. Actually, no, that's not fancy enough. Honestly, small calcite bricks could work. I know we're all over the place at design stuff today, but I think it's fine. So, just about make it all the way up now. So if I have it be like that. Because I'm also thinking, like, I need to make it so that I can show progress on the front of the museum for thumbnails now. Because it's been a minute. 5, 6, 7. That works, I think. I think that'll work. And then I'll do more to, like, make it supported. I just realized my music was still off. 3, 2. Also, I just found this Pokédex entry for Chandelure. Being consumed in Chandelure's flames burns up the spirit, leaving the body behind. I mean, we do have of the straw statues mod. I could put bodies. Okay, that works. Like, I really could just put I could put bodies. Diorite bricks is kind of what that is. I want to do something else. Maybe chalk bricks? No, because, it's like the same color. You kind of... Actually, but maybe chalk would have more definition. Because, like, theoretically I can put bodies in the museum. Like, quite easily. The only issue with it is they'd show up on... They'd be visible on the mini-map. But, like, we're probably going to have straw statues in the place anyway. There's also this one. The spirit burned up in its ominous flame loses their... the spirits burned up in its ominous flame lose their way and wander this world forever. Oh, gosh. That... Yeah, Chandelure has some fun ones. That's really cool. Yeah, so many Pokemon have weird dex entries. Chalk, grass block, chalk pillar, chalk slab. Chalk bricks are a bit funky, aren't they? They're on the, like, small brick side of things. Unless actually I use those instead of the calcite, maybe. And I use calcite as bigger bricks. Cause, like, does that work? No, actually that works. For, like, definition. Actually, maybe these should be... Maybe actually just, like... Fuck. Maybe like that? And then, like, the inner block is what has the glass connected to it? Unless, like, it's that and then another layer of the calcite. On the other side, and then that... Ooh, I like that. Actually, no, because what I'm gonna do is it's gonna be like this. That. Bum, bum, bum. Let me just go back down. Eh. Okay. Bam, bam. And then those are gonna go with glass for a bit. I need to make more chalk bricks. I need more chalk as well, which is something I can eat. I mean, I can easily get more chalk. Like, chalk is so... Like, chalk is easy enough to get. It was... small calcite. Now I need to decide on what I'm doing. Now I suddenly really want to play Pokemon Black and White. Fair. Yeah, I miss Black and White. I mean, I miss Black. I miss playing White too, because I never actually played Black and White. I grew up on White 2. White stained glass could work. Yeah, like I grew up, like my first, like I didn't actually get Black and White because by the time I was getting, I had the ability to play those. I never played either Black and White or Black and White 2. I really enjoyed Black and White 2. But I've never played Black and White. Like, I've watched playthroughs of Black and White, but I've never played White. Like, I've never played them. Oh, that works. That's what I'm doing for the front. Yeah, the tiled works really well. I think it should anyway. Not like. We going up, up, up. Bang, 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 bang. Unfortunately, I never got any Pokemon games until I got my Switch, so I haven't played any Pokemon games not available on the Switch. Dang. Yeah, like... Yeah, I was fortunate enough to... Well, I didn't start... Like, me and my brother weren't allowed to do video games, like, for a long time. And so... Like, but my first Pokemon game was because my first console was technically, unless you count, like, the Wii that my grandmother had that we played on when we were over there, but, like, the first, like, real console I had was a freaking Game Boy Color that we got at a yard sale. And we got used copies of Pokemon, like, like, my mom bought us, like, used copies of Pokemon on Gold for me and Silver for my brother. And we played that. But, actually, I can't remember specifically which one came first, actually. Because I know we also... my grandmother used to have, like, she had a DS Lite that she used to do stuff on. Like, she used to play, like, Brain Age and stuff on it. Honestly, really don't understand why she purchased it in the first place. In all honesty, like, I've never asked her, and I feel like I actually should. Like, there might be a story there. Like, I'm legitimately curious now that I think about it. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. And so, oh, I remember one day she just, like, gave me and my brother her DS when she couldn't play it anymore because, her arthritis was getting bad and she couldn't, like, use the DS anymore. Funnily enough, I had a DS Lite, but for some reason I can't remember. I never got any Pokemon games for it. Weird. Cause, like, DS would have you would have had, like, you would have had your frickin', like, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Diamond Pearl on that. Like, would have been your options. And then... No. Oh wait, no. Like, Black and White and Black and White 2 were DS. They weren't 3DS. 3D... Yeah, they were barely DS. If I remember correctly. Because I think... not long after White 2 came out, like Black and White 2 came out, I think was the release of the 3DS. And then you got, X and Y as the first 3DS games. As the first, like, Pokemon games in full 3D. But yeah, that is funky that you never got Pokemon games for your DS. Because, like, I remember... I'm pretty sure I was super excited to actually play the Pokemon games when I got consoles. Because, like, I was super duper into Pokemon as a kid. Because of, like, the TV show and everything. But, yeah, like... And so, the idea that there was, like, a video game of Pokemon was so cool to me. That I could, like, play out my own Pokemon adventure and stuff. As childish as it sounds, but I was a child, so it makes sense. But yeah, like... And so... Yeah, like... The order I played a lot of Pokemon games is really weird in comparison to most people. Because, like, I've technically played every Pokemon generation in a really weird backwards order, though. Same, I watched the Pokemon anime a lot as a kid, so I'm really confused why I never got into the games. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know why you wouldn't have. That is confusing. Like, that is there's probably some reason, but yeah, because, like, I doubt it'd be a thing of, like, not knowing that there were games. But, I don't know, that is funky. I don't know why you wouldn't have ever got the mesh. That's funky. Okay, that looks good. Oh, that's good. And I kind of want to have, like, a window there, probably, of, like, a different texture of, like, the arched ones of probably, like, a different, stained glass. Because, like, the tiled ones work really well for that. Oh, I missed a spot. Yeah, whatever. I don't have chalk. I specifically remember seeing some of the DS Pokemon games in the store as a kid, so I knew about the games. Weird, then. That is so odd. That, like, you knew about the games existing, and just, like, maybe you never, like, but, like, the fact that you don't remember why doesn't mean, like, there was some, like, profound thing of, like, oh, your parents didn't let you get it, or something like that. Like, there's not, like, some deep scarring reason why you never were allowed to get Pokemon games as a kid. Or at least that you remember. Which is interesting. Okay, we're gonna go to the chalk quarry. I might just ask my parents. I might just have to ask my parents why, but knowing them, they probably don't remember either. Yeah, probably. But that is such a weird gap of like not knowing why you wouldn't have gotten those. Because like, granted, I have a lot of really fond memories playing the Pokemon games as a kid. Because like, there's no, like, cobbled chalk, is there? No, okay. So I'm just gonna use dig site for dirt. Actually, just repair artifact extractor. Cause yeah, like, I remember back in the day, I used to, when I went to this children's program thingy, and one of my, now, like, longest run, like, one of my friends I've known for, like, the longest, like, I've known them for, like, most of my, like, over half my life at this point, if not, like, probably over at this point, if I did the math, oh yeah, over at this point, actually, I could also just, it could also be, I just forgot to tell them I wanted the games until after the 3DS came out, potentially. Because, like, obviously, once the new console and new games come out, like, the old ones become inaccessible. So, like, if you only ever had, like, a DS Lite, like, you wouldn't have been able to probably easily get, like the DS ones. It also obviously depends on, like, yeah, because after that it depends on, like, availability of stuff and whatnot. Because it depends on, like, if you have stuff like GameStop or other, like, game provider things that sell, like, that resell games and stuff, like, that was obviously, like, the best option. You can't get shit like that now for Pokemon games, though. Like, you're not gonna be able to go into GameStop and pick up a discounted version of Soul Silver. Like, it makes me really sad I never got Heart Gold as a kid, because I really wanted Heart Gold, because I also really wanted to do the stupid Pokewalker thing that's now worth hundreds of dollars. But yeah, like, so yeah, anyway, as I was saying, one of my longest running we had GameStop not that far from where I lived. Unfortunately, GameStop doesn't exist in Norway anymore, fair. Yeah, like, I think the places where GameStop exists nowadays is much more limited than it used to be for obvious reasons. But yeah, like, that is funky, though, that, like, yeah, it probably, like, the most likely thing is probably that you just forgot to tell your parents you wanted the Pokemon games. Or something, I don't know. But yeah. And so, like, I remember one of my longest running friends, like, we went to this children's program thingy, and we used to just, like, go and, like, while waiting for, like, it to start and stuff, we just sit in a room, like, me, them, and my brother, and just play Pokemon games while just chilling together, and, like, trade and stuff like that. Like, that legitimately was one of the times that was I've ever been the most communal with Pokemon games. Which is funny. Yeah, I have very fond memories of doing that and, like, hanging out with friends and stuff. Like, I remember another time where, I was at a friend's house and, pretty much like it was the thing you'd do as kids, where like you just like not even really be doing stuff together necessarily, but you're just in the same room all playing on your DSs while talking about what you're doing and stuff, and just enjoying like hanging out and chilling. And we were doing that, and I can't remember specifically why, but me and my brother's friend at the time was playing on my brother's 3DS and was playing Pokemon X. And he specifically encountered a blue not Floette, what's the pre-evolved form of Floette? I don't know. It might have been a Floette either, but yeah. Like, that, and we thought it was a shiny because it was blue. Because we didn't realize the color thing, and my brother had, we had only come across, like, red ones before. Flabébé, yes! Thank you, Ash. Yes, Flabébé. And so he came across a blue Flabébé, and all three of us were convinced it was a shiny. Because we knew shinies existed, but we had never, like, caught them ourselves, and so we assumed that this blue flower Flabébé was a shiny Flabébé. When, no, it was just a blue flower Flabébé. Like, we all, like, stressed out, like, he was trying his best to, like, make sure he caught it for my brother. And we were all so excited, and then I think literally the next encounter was another blue flower Flabébé. We all realized that it had color variations. And that it wasn't actually a shiny Flabébé, it was just a Flabébé with a blue flower. And it's a really fond memory because it's so goofy. And it's like something that can only really happen when you're a kid, and like, because that was like the days of where Pokemon X and Y were new. And like you, as kids, like, you didn't Google stuff. Like, you weren't Googling stuff for your Pokemon games. Like, everything you knew about your Pokemon games was because you were playing them. Or because your friend told you something about them. Like, and so... Okay, I think we have enough chalk for now. And so we had no idea how an actual shiny worked. We didn't know that it was meant to, like, sparkle and stuff when you found it. Like, we didn't know anything like that. Because it was childlike innocence and naivete. And it's really funny, thinking back, that we just saw a Flabébé with a different flower and assumed it was shiny. Although, I'd be surprised if we were the only ones to have that thought. Because, like, color variation Pokemon are not the most common things ever. And so, coming across that, like, and assuming it was shiny, I think it's probably not the craziest mistake to make. But yeah. And so, it's a very silly memory from my childhood. Like, as a lot of the memories from my childhood tend to be. For obvious reasons, obviously, because I was a child. And things are very, very silly things happen when you're a child. Let me get, like, I think I need to get that. But yeah. It's just very funny. And, like, the funny thing is, like, I was also, like, I am notoriously bad at, like, finishing games. Like, I've gotten better more recently, just because, like, as an adult, I'm better at prioritizing only playing one, like, trying to, like, only play one game at a time. Or, like, only playing a couple games at a time. And so, like, I've gotten better at it. But as a kid, I was so bad, to the point where, like, I didn't even, like, I had Pokemon Pearl, but I've never finished Pokemon Pearl because I stopped playing it. Like, I never beat Pearl. Like, I got to the point where, I think I had, like, just caught Palkia, and then, like, that was it. That was the end of my playing of Pearl. For some reason. And it's very stupid. I don't know why I stopped playing Pearl after that. Like, I don't really know why at all. Like, I was like, nope, I'm done with Pearl now. I'm gonna play... Well, realistically, it's probably because I got a different game. Like, in all honesty. Like, I probably got... Like, that was probably the point where I got, like, White 2 or something. Which I did beat, if memory serves. Like, I got... That was either, like, when I got White 2 or Y or something. Or just got a different game to play. Because, like, I got Pokemon Pearl, like, Like, I got Pearl, like, from, like, used from GameStop, if I remember correctly. And so, like, I don't even have the cartridge for the, like, I don't have the box for Pearl. Like, when I got Pokemon on Pearl, it was, like, loose in a generic container from GameStop. Like, because I think it was already, like, a couple, it was, like, Black and White already had, like, was already out at least. Like, White 2 was probably, I'm pretty sure, already out, like... If not X and Y as well, like... Like, you already had Platinum, you already had, like, Black and White. And so... Like, Pearl was old, like, relatively old. Like, well, Pearl was, like, a couple years out of date when I got it. But I really like, I wanna, a part of me wants to replay it, but the other part of me does not want to delete the save file from my kid self. But, like, also, I really don't know where I was in the game, and I don't understand what I was doing. Like, I loaded up Pearl recently to just check, and my party is a mess. I don't even know how I got to the point I did, because I feel like I only have, like, 2 usable Pokemon. And so, I don't know what happened there. Although, I think the reason why everything's weird is I think I transferred a bunch of Pokemon to Pokemon Ranch. Or, like, transferred them to, like, try and get them to, like, White 2 or something. Is my only guess. Like, is I tried to do stuff to, like, port them forward. Because, like, I don't have a full team in any regard in that save file. Like, and the active team I have on is a bunch of low-level Pokemon I was clearly trying to level. So, I don't know what happened. I can't remember what I was doing. There's always the Switch Diamond and Pearl remix. You can play it without losing your party. Yeah, Like, in theory, I could play Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl if I want to play Pearl again. And so, like, in theory, I have the option to go and play it if I really, really want to. But, in all honesty, like, at the moment, I don't have the time to start a whole playthrough of a Pokemon game. Like, aside from Infinite Fusion, which is I'm doing on video, which is different, because, like, that I have set times, and I'm, like, doing it for video, and so, like, that's just the time, uses the time I have allocated for that specifically. But, like, to start up an entire Pokemon game, fuck no, I don't have time for that. Oh yeah, also, I put a guardrail on the Enderman spawner, like, here, because I'm so worried, I was so always paranoid about falling into the void. But yeah, and like I tried to, so a couple of years back, I reset my White 2 save file, which I kind of regret, but like the main reason I regret resetting the White 2 thing is because I had like the Meloetta skin for like the Pokenav or whatever it was in that game that you got from like going to GameStop to like get Meloetta from like the mystery gift. And obviously now after resetting the save file, I don't have that anymore, and I have no way to get that. I think. Then again, it might have been a generic code that I could just look up and nab, which it probably was. So many hats. But yeah, like, so much. Gosh. I do kind of, I miss the days of just, like, like, laying down on a couch with my DS in hand playing Pokemon without a care in the world. But yeah. Man, a glowstone. I love how, like, the Enderman farm is, like, it's all freaking normal stone, but, like, pink carpets, glowstone that, like, can you even get mana glowstone legitimately? You need you need mana crystals from Eternal Starlight, which you need like, super expensive lighting blocks to do. But it's like, it's generic stone and then really expensive glowstone and like pink carpet and the enchantment infuser, which is really expensive, I'm sure. Like, it's just so funny to me that it's just stone. Of all the building blocks, it's like, yeah, no, we have all this fancy stuff and we're Billium. And we're just gonna make it out of stone. But yeah, let us continue. Actually, I'm gonna need more glass. I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna need so much glass for this. Actually, I'm gonna grab this because I want a thing. So I have building blocks in here that I need. You know, I will actually say, I know it's been like literal hours since I was talking about this, but one thing I like, cause I'm gonna because as I said earlier, I'm gonna try and dual stream to Twitch when I do the VTuber stuff. One thing, like, I gotta be honest, a main reason I'm doing that is so that I can actually, like, raid my friends. Like, it's so, like, I can raid people on Twitch, and also because it means that if I can raid people, then other people can raid me, and that's good for increasing growth and stuff. To be once again cynical and, like, content creator brain of, like, as has been very evident and with Far, or like, with how much Far has grown, like, raids do so much on Twitch for your growth as a creator. And so, like, having that as a thing I can do and a thing other people can raid into me and stuff is definitely something I want, because it'll be nice. Granted, it's like, co-streaming is really like, I don't think it's actually that complicated. Like, I think it sounds more complicated theoretically than it is. Realistically, the only things of, like, that's gonna be annoying when I do it is, like, stuff like stream avatars is not gonna work across stuff. Like, I don't know if I can get, like, I'll need to make sure I can, like, the moderation bot I end up using for streams and stuff is capable of doing both chats at once. Because if it can't, then that's a problem. Because then I need to, like, I'd need to have, like, Moobot on Twitch and, like, Nightbot on YouTube or something. And that seems insane. But I'm assuming there's ones that can do both. Like, I imagine Nightbot probably can. I think that's what Rin uses. And she does both. Like, I think Rin uses Nightbot. And so, burp, burp, burp. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. I'm probably gonna have, like, these support structure things every so often. I'm just not gonna do those yet because I need to figure out the spacing. Oh no. Da, 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 da. But yeah, like, words. Yeah, like, I'm gonna need to figure out the spacing and stuff. Also, because at a certain point, they're gonna need to be whatever I do for the interior, like, whether that be, like, travertine or what, like, whatever I do for, like, this stuff. Because, like, obviously that's gonna not be marble, it's gonna be whatever I use for the rest of the ceiling in here. Because the marble's just, well, not marble, but, because, like, I don't even know that we have, yeah, somehow we have a mod pack without marbles explicitly. But yeah, like, that, like, the chalk and calcite, like, marble aesthetic thing here, like, that's not gonna be, like, throughout the whole way, because there's gonna need to be whatever this goes into. Like, travertine's gonna go up the walls a bit more, I think. Probably. Unless I find something, some other brown block for it to go into, but... Let's just do this to just have like a line of glass to kind of get the vibes. Get the vibes, collect the vibes, collect the vibes, collect them all, Pokemon. Best you can be, and you'll find your destiny. It's a master plan. The power's in your hand, Pokemon. Don't know why that stuck in my head, but like back when I got onto Cozymon, I made a playlist for like because I used to have one and I deleted it for some sadistic reason. I have a playlist that's just a bunch of the Pokemon opening music. Like specifically like the English openings because of the nostalgia from them. And like most of them are like the TV version, so they're pretty short as well. And like I just have listened to that so much because like I also explicitly have it be like it's explicitly the ones like I really like. So it's like the black and white opening, the Diamond and Pearl of like the Diamond and Pearl openings. Nothing can stop you, Diamond and Pearl Pokemon. It's all about the challenges. It's a brand new day and a brand new world, new rivals. You fight for survival. Nothing can stop you, Diamond and Pearl Pokemon. It's all about the challenges. Like I don't remember the lyrics 100%, but oh wait, shit. Oh, that's gonna be annoying to do. Fuck. Nothing can stop you, Diamond and Pearl. You can change the world, Pokemon. Pokemon. It's all about the challenges. It's brand new gosh. But yeah, and now I'm getting like Pokemon theme songs stuck in my head. Gosh dang it. It'll be easier if I do this differently. Because like technically, oh wow, I'm like fully out of white glass again. Gosh, I'm gonna need so much glass. I'm gonna need to like go and destroy a desert. Cause like, I have been using Flash's sand waypoint because I just randomly found it. But I'm gonna need to like find my own desert to smelt sand from. Like, cause I'm not doing that because it's too close. That's would make the terrain ugly. Like, I'm thinking probably it'll be the Saguaro Desert that the Scorched Mine is in. If I were to guess. Like, if I were to, like, make an assumption of what I'm gonna do, it's probably gonna be that because I have a waypoint close enough. And, like, it is so far away from anyone that I'm aware of that, like, I think it'll be fine. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gosh. We're gonna need so much glass for this roof. I should probably figure out where the supports and stuff are gonna go. and like I need to figure out the wall blocks and like the palette for that, but I think though chalk bricks are gonna have to go somewhere else because I don't know how much glass I have left. Like, I'd love to finish that window, but I don't know that that's gonna happen. I don't think I have that much glass. No, I'm completely fucking out of glass. I have 86 glass left. That's not enough. I also need to untexture this. Chalk. That, and then the calcite bricks can go back into calcite. Now, whew. But yeah, like, I'd love to get that window done. Like, I'd love to get the windows at the front of the build done, but I don't have the glass. And I am getting hungry, so I think that is where we're gonna have to end. Let me just actually... because I really... like, as useful as they can sometimes be, the fact that I can, like, kind of fly now makes these just kind of an eyesore. I can always put them up later. Because, like, I'll, like, try and take, like, screenshots and stuff for thumbnails, and I'm like, there's just a bunch of ugly scaffolding here. But, yeah. Like, and I need to remove that Koopa. Oh my gosh, I need to make the art exhibit so I can move the Koopa there. But, yeah, like, the music is coming along. Like, that's gonna be, like, the arch. It feels like it could be bigger, but I think it's fine. Like that, because there's gonna be like bits strutting up from the other things too. Like, it's kind of like a mall roof, honestly. Bye, Skyla. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah. Like, so yeah. I need to wrap up because we've almost been going 4 hours. Well, technically we have because we started a couple minutes early. And I'm hungry and I'm out of resources and my room is heating up because I don't have my aircon on. So yeah, that's where we're gonna wrap up for today. Very productive day. We got a start on the arch. We got this room started with, we got Sputnik in there, we got Pokedex entries, and like the creepy Litwick thing. Yeah, we got a lot done. So, thank you all for watching, and I will see you in potentially tomorrow's stream as we start Tensura Reincarnated in the Slime's Adventure mod pack. That'll be a lot of fun, so look forward to that. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye now!